Call to order here. Before we start though, I just want to let everybody know, it's gonna be actually only 4 people that come in, so we gotta get the crowd. All right, Michael Talley here. Chris Ansler here. Well, evening. I want to make sure. Thank you. Steve Johnson. Daniel Wang. Dr. Quesada. Here. Excellent. We see you right there on the screen. Topher.
Here in spirit.
Oh, there we go. Hey, Topher. Kristen. Also on there? No. You were 2 minutes late last time, so I'm gonna Mark Walker Bride. Here. Devin Phillips.
President.
Colonel Watts. Alexina. Jonah is on Zoom. But I don't think he's here yet. So. All right, so we're gonna do the Pledge of Allegiance in a second, but before we do, just so everybody knows, we're going right into closed session. We're gonna try and keep it short and sweet, probably 10 minutes, hopefully. So you guys are all gonna get kicked out. Don't take it personally. And then we're gonna bring everybody back in and do our normal work. But we just wanna, we're getting close on a few things, maybe the schedule stuff, and we wanna have an internal conversation about that, and then it'll be more productive later on. All right, Pledge of Allegiance. Chris, you're leaving early.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before you let anybody go, if you are planning on speaking tonight, there is a speaker slip, please send them out, fill it out for me. If you don't get to it, you can always email us. Let us know.
We'll go off.
Yeah, I think so. And then thank you guys. We're gonna try to keep it short. 10 minutes is the goal. We'll see, and then please join us again.
Yeah.
Thanks, Walter. We got it right.
Come on, stop it.
Chris had a little note written above his thing. Yeah, you just got to.
Okay, so we're live again. Folks are starting to make their way back in. We are now going to jump back into our regular agenda, following closed session. Public comment. Do you have any speaker slips?
I have Robin Flores.
Excellent. Just a quick preamble to say every single time you guys have your time to speak, we're not allowed to respond to you, so don't take that any way. That's your protocol.
So my name is Robin Flores. I am the education specialist here at Old Town Academy. And I would like to speak on behalf of the calendar and on behalf of minimum days. So I'm here to ask for your support in adding minimum days to our 2023-2024 school year calendar. So as an ed specialist, I want to kind of take the time a little bit to tell you about what I do and how how minimum days can be beneficial to enhance our special education program. So right now I have about 23 students on my caseload that I am serving that range from grades K through 8. When I serve these 23 students, I have to write an IEP. An IEP itself can take anywhere from an hour to 2.5 hours to write, depending on the student. So an IEP, for those of you who are unfamiliar, is an individualized education plan. So it's individualized very uniquely for a student. So it takes time to prep and plan to make sure that I am meeting that student's wants and needs uniquely. I'm also in charge of planning and prepping, as well as collecting data through data tracking, sheets, work samples, and things like that. And that all go into an IEP binder that help my team and myself make decisions for the IEP. So if I'm looking at 23 students per caseload, each whom have individualized IEP goals, I'm looking to meet individualized learning targets and goals. It would take me anywhere from about an hour to maybe 2.5 hours to plan and prep these binders to make sure I'm getting the most accurate and up-to-date data in order to inform these goals and to inform student progress, and then direct the IEP accordingly so I could best serve these students. Okay, so I also kind of want to speak on the behalf of the differentiation and what it takes to serve a student, a specialized population in a general education classroom. So when planning and executing differentiation in a specialized education program, differentiating is a process that requires all of us. It requires cross-collaborative and a team to work together, because I am looking at the teachers to help me design a curriculum and design, differentiated work samples or supplementary and fundamental concepts to get these students where they need to be. So however, there is no time during the school day as of now to meet these needs and to plan and prep for the differentiated learning and the individualized learning that our students need on our behalf. So a lot of us have different schedules that at this moment don't align, and most of us only have one prep period. And again, they don't align. I'm prepping from 9 to 10, another teacher from another time. So that is why I believe minimum days would be beneficial, because they would allow us to collaborate and find time without disrupting the regular school day or the classroom to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrea Miller and I'm the middle school math teacher here at Old Town Academy. I attended my first staff meeting as an OTA teacher in August of 2020. That was also the first day I learned about this school's enduring challenges with teacher turnover. The 5th grade teacher had done the math. OTA has seen 2 to 3 teachers quit every single school year for the previous 10 years. Coming from a school twice the size that had only lost 2 teachers in the 6 years I taught there, these statistics were shocking. But since I've come to deeply understand why so many teachers quit at OTA, and I can tell you it's because when it comes to decision-making, teachers' voices are never heard. 8 months later, I was in another meeting discussing whether we wanted to change the school model for the 3rd time that school year, or keep the hybrid model to maintain consistency for our students. The teachers, who had all experienced the most difficult year of their careers, unanimously agreed that keeping the school model the same until the end of the school year would be in the best interest for everyone. Imagine my shock when I learned the board voted to change the school model again, despite a unanimous vote from the teachers. I asked a veteran teacher, how could this happen? How could our unanimous input be completely ignored? She said, this is what happens here at OTA. The teachers' opinions simply do not matter. 2 meetings ago, you were given calendar options. One showed what the teachers needed, a minimum day embedded in the schedule each week to allow enough time to do our jobs. Later, I was reviewing the parent survey data, and I could not even believe that the minimum day weekly option wasn't even included in the survey. The teachers' needs didn't even matter enough to be considered an option. The board's decision to deny weekly minimum day to teachers means that we teach longer hours and have less prep time than our San Diego County peers. And at the same time, we make less money. When I mentioned this last week to an OTA founder, they brushed it off and said, well, you have less issues here at OTA. In other words, I don't work hard enough to earn equal pay for the rest of the teachers in this area. The board considers having more instructional minutes in our calendar compared to other schools in the county as a selling point at OTA. This should not come at the cost of forcing teachers to do more work for less money and less time to plan. This is a recipe for disaster for us, for you, and for the students. The national average teacher turnover rate has increased in recent years from 11% to 14%. College programs can't even fill seats because fewer and fewer people want to become teachers. These statistics don't even come close to what we saw here last year. 2 to 3 teachers leave OTA each school year. This statistic doesn't even include the kindergarten teacher, the 1st grade teacher, the 2nd grade teacher, the 3rd grade teacher, the 5th grade teacher, STEM, PE, music teachers, the intervention specialists, 2 aides, a secretary, and 2 principals. All quit at the end of last year. Today, you can vote to change this trajectory, to show OTA teachers that you respect them as professionals and people, and try to keep this incredible staff that we miraculously had despite years and years of turnover, or you can vote to repeat the cycle and watch more great teachers walk out the door. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Does anybody want to say anything that didn't get a chance to fill out a slip?
There, okay. Thank you. That's the public comment. Moving down into board member comments. I will just take an initial pass, not in direct response to that, but because it has been in the atmosphere with the schedule. Is obviously something that's a hot topic and something that we've been, hopefully, word has gotten around. We've been seeking collaboration on that, trying to be creative about getting together to come up with an appropriate solution. That's one of the reasons why we started closed session to discuss that very topic with the intention of getting an answer tonight. That's hopefully going to push things in a very positive direction. So that being said, I hear the concerns, and it's something that we've been really focused on for the last few weeks. It's not something that we're kicking the can, it's because we're trying to come up with an appropriate solution. All right, I'm going to move ahead unless anybody has anything else I want to add to that. For reports and presentations, Al and Jonah. Oh, Jonah's on Zoom.
I'll start to say. So speaking on minimum days, the students from our fully support that. And I think students can tell when their teachers are stressed out and had too much. I think it's too much in everyone. I think everyone will needs that minimum. Some options could be like free daycare here or something, or I know we discussed that possibility a while back. Something to make it easier on parents if that's an issue. There's been many possibilities discussed. Yeah. I think Jonah had something to say on that.
Yeah, I definitely think it's important, those extra hours for teachers to be able to, put in that, the planning period, put together real well thought through lessons. That's very important. Also minimum days, I would like to point out, we do get, more time in in a lot of our main classes, which is definitely beneficial. Moving on from minimum days, we did ask around the school earlier, and one of the things we got was another request for flex, because rotating the PBL, and I know that's obviously that's something we talked about and not necessarily something that's going to happen, but I just wanted to put it out there just in case. And then a lot of taller fences and spirit weeks and things. Because definitely balls going over is still a problem, and I know we talk about it a lot, but it definitely still happens. And one last thing, we did talk to Mr. Watts. He told us when the poetry competition was, because we talked to a couple students as well, and they weren't really sure, and so we just wanted to make sure all the teachers and students out there know poetry competition is on the 28th at 1:30. Just get those poems ready. Yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. I don't think there's much else that we've got on that wall has something to add.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff was brought up actually about the lunches, which we all know, and I know most of the students know that we have to have the lunches here. But many people said that they would continue to pay for the other catered lunches, if that is at all an option. We got that from not only our class, but from younger classes, because they said that free lunches were not the best. And yeah, going back to the flex rotating days, I know we tried something similar last year for middle school, and it did not work out well. However, I definitely think some students say they have so much stuff after school that it's definitely hard. Not having the flexibility, which it is helpful during PBL being able to do homework, and we know that not all students utilize it, but the ones who do definitely feel like they've had something to do, which is it's sad, but yeah, we did get something like a bulletin board brought up by the 7th graders. They were wondering if we could have like a big area outside or something to post news instead of just
Yeah.
emails and
They
stuff.
were saying them and their parents weren't always sure what was going on when it was happening, so
Even though there is maybe ways.
thinking a pretty public bulletin board might be a good idea. If not in the near future, then in the long run, just obviously not a main priority, but something that will definitely needs to be a big help for teachers and students.
Also with community service, because the 8th graders need 15 hours, I believe the 7th graders need 10 hours, I think. And the 6th graders need 5 hours. We had a school cleanup over the weekend, and I think many people appreciated having the opportunity to get their community service in. So people said they would do it again. We could do like a cleanup downstairs or upstairs or even in classrooms. People said they would participate in that. And that's pretty much it.
Great. Thank you, guys. Any questions?
Is your poetry 28th of April?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. I'm gonna keep it moving. Financial report, Josh.
All right, so today we're going over this packet right here. You should have it, a little bit different than the typical board report we do. Mostly because as we're getting close to the end of the year, we want to start covering two things. One, how we think we're actually gonna officially end this year. And then two, just a preliminary budget for next year, just so the board can start speaking into it now or the next coming months. If they have any direction or input or objections, whatever. Excuse me. So you have this, just a real quick breakdown of how this format is working. First column says actuals as of March 2023. So that's the actual data from July 1st to March 31st, 2023 of what's actually happening. The column to the right is the column that I work on with the school. And we go through just kind of, well, based off this data, what do we actually think this year is gonna be like when it's all said and done? Column on the, in between is the actuals. So, as a percentage of the, what is that? The percentage of the actuals as to the estimated actuals. So for example, you would take this first column of the actuals divided by the estimated actuals, and that gives you the percentage. That's mostly just to see where you're at in regards to the expenses. And then the column on the right is the 2023-24 budget. This is the preliminary budget that we've been working on with the school. That column is essentially what we're going to, well, it's going to be evolving, but what we'll eventually propose for next year, and then the board can obviously chime in and kind of steer that. So the back pages, those are just the detailed breakdown. I'm not going to speak to that too much, unless you guys want to look at that, but that's the detail of how each one of these subcategories in the front page breaks down. If you want to see, you know, how much goes to each particular category. So the main things that I want to point out to you here, this front page is a little dated because I do have new information as of today. So I'll start with that. In the 2022-23 estimated actuals, we had a 223 ADA. And then when we went through all the numbers, it said that potentially the school could have a positive ending balance of $84,000 for this year. But like I said, there's some new data that working with the school that I got today. The P2 ADA is actually looking like 205 rather than 223. So if you see this 223, it's really 205, and that's probably a pretty official number. There might be some things that move, but I ran that number right before coming here, and that would be a loss of $150,000 roughly. You know, give or take 10,000. So that number that we worked on of 84,000 positive estimated actions for this year. Now you take away 150. You know, I think off the top of my head that's like a negative 60, something like that. Could be wrong, but that's just a estimate. So want to make that clear. When we worked on this yesterday, we felt like maybe a positive 84 was doable, something around there, give or take. Of course, a lot can change. But right now, with the more official P2 number, it's probably looking like a 150 less from that. So maybe a negative 60,000.
Hey, Josh, where does that show up in which one of these revenue?
Yes, so that would be state LCFF revenue. So the estimated actuals is the 2,319,159.
So for the federal revenue and the other state revenue, that's only at 4%, 55%. Why is that lagging so much from our projection?
Yeah, so just to you know, you give all the information. Federal revenue, that's special ed. So that runs a year behind. It's just slower federal spend because it goes through the federal government. Some of the state stuff, a lot of that is reimbursement, kind of reimbursement based. So once you report it, then it'll trigger the CDE to send something.
But that's not going to be impacted by our ADA like that.
No.
We should end up
Yeah.
settling near that number.
Those numbers aren't. They're not going to change anything. Like, yeah, it's not that. Just the LCFF would tie in directly to that. So does that make sense as far as how we're estimating the action? Go ahead.
When you say P2, you mean the reporting of ADA for, I know attendance, but for what time period? Are we
Yes.
talking from August till now, is that?
So generally, it's different with every school and different with every, depending on how your calendar is. Generally speaking, it's from the start of the school until April 15th-ish, that range. So, how does that make sense? Well, there's still a month left of school or 2 months left of school. That's just the cutoff.
Yeah.
So in reality, if all the kids stop coming to school after April 15th, that's not gonna help or hurt you. But you didn't hear me say that. I mean, of course, they could always come down like, what the heck? But as far as funding goes, you might think like every kid comes to school every single day after April 15th, but it doesn't matter. The calculations cut that.
Yeah, no, what's done.
So before, we talk about this column, any questions on the estimated actuals? It's still, we still have, a couple months left. So that number is gonna change. This isn't a perfect number. Yeah, it's already off, but it's just more of an FYI. Any questions, any thoughts? So nothing on that one. Okay, so then we'll move to the 23-24 budget. So this one, working with the school, right now we used enrollment of 255. Just so you guys were aware, the enrollment was like 234 this year on the left. The budgeted ADA is 240. As I just mentioned, what happened this year was 205, so that's a 35 ADA increase. So those were the revenue driving numbers to get some of these numbers. Obviously, if you can't hit those numbers, then a lot of these revenue numbers are going to be off. We did work through salaries and various expenses, and that's where some of these numbers are coming in. Like I said, if you want to see the details, you can see them on the other page. But all that being said, assuming the LCFF revenues are good, the expenses are good, and we threw in a lot of grant foundation type money in there as well. But assuming all of those are okay for right now, we are looking still at a deficit next year of about $137,000. This was our first, pretty much the first stab at this. Obviously, if we want to get more into the details, we can make some adjustments. Or if the board has some direction that they want to go, we can always make adjustments. But this is more of a as of April, this is kind of where we think the numbers are currently for the year, as well as what the high level budget is for next year.
So with our new ADA, that's gonna swing about 150. So instead of being 84 positive, we'll be about 70 negative, right? But then next year, we already know we're almost double that at 137. That's with much more optimistic ADA and enrollment numbers.
Does that include any grant money or the money from the foundation?
Yes.
All that's not built in?
Yeah.
In fact, the grant money has to go down into our balance. It doesn't get to be put in anywhere else. It's just a carryover. So when you look at losing this 137,000, technically there's like $170,000 from my grant that would be added from this year that is going into that, if that makes sense. So technically it's covered.
So there's,
But we can't show it that way.
there's another large grant coming in, right, for with building and rental reimbursement and those kind of things.
And that did get added.
That's, so the negative 137 includes that number in there.
It does.
That's helping us, just so everybody's on the same page. We're using grant money to help us pay expenses like rent. And even with that, even with the bumped up ADA, even with everything else, we're upside down by 140.
Currently, yes.
Yeah, and just Michael, for your question. So yeah, it's right. If it's on the second page, there's that foundation grant / donation. As you can see, this year we put in 718,000. Next year we have it at 588,000. And then the other local revenue, that's like your general foundation donations that you guys,
We got some work to do on the budget.
Yep, we've been doing it.
A lot of work. I mean, I don't know how we expand that net to be more creative and involve more people, but we got issues here. Okay. Josh, are you going or? Is that-
that's pretty much all I have. I don't know if you guys have any other specific questions.
Daniel.
All right, thanks guys. Night.
All right. Turner, you better turn the whole thing around. What do you got for it?
Yeah,
We didn't report.
Well, before I forget, I haven't publicly said how much I appreciate, Jonah and Elle and I think they've done. An amazing job, probably the best board representatives I've ever seen set up a high bar, so I just wanted to shout them out. And then, we would say thank you to the teachers for, over the last few months, speaking from the heart, from what they're passionate about. And putting forth, some really great reasons why, we need to push forward with 21 days. And then I also wanted to just say that I really understand where the parents are coming from with this change. It's a huge change. It's an all at once change. And it's a change that I wish that had happened gradually over a number of years. But it's a change that I think needs to happen. And unfortunately, it's one that's going to happen at one time. So I do understand that. And I think the teachers understand that as well. So I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any questions? We keep things going here. Office Administrator's report, Natalie.
I'm just gonna go over re-enrollment numbers and then just reiterate kind of how we ended with our new applications, because re-enrollment did close on Friday. We do have some issues with a few of our families that were unable to re-enroll, so we do usually call them and kind of walk them through the process. So right now, as it stands, we have, I'm gonna go grade by grade. 19 returning in first grade, 4 returning in the kindergarten, so they're graduating from TK into kindergarten.
So sorry, when you say 19 are returning from first grade, that means they're going from kinder to first?
Yeah.
It's a rising kinder.
Thank you.
And then just to backtrack, we have the 4 TKers that are matriculating into kinder. And then we have 19 returning first graders into second grade, 23 second graders going into third grade, 20 third graders coming into fourth grade, 23 fourth graders coming into fifth, 17 fifth graders coming into sixth, 20 from sixth to seventh, and 17 from seventh to eighth. We still have about, at this point, like maybe 18 to 20 families that we have to call to see if they were indeed having issues with the re-enrollment or if they're not coming back. We only have 5 that confirmed with us that are not returning. And those are in 2 students in 6th grade, 2 students in 7th grade, and then 1 family in 8th grade.
Those are your confirmed. but
Those
the
are
18
unconfirmed, not returning. And so we're hoping to reach out to the rest of those families this week so that we have some time to confirm the open seats in time for our lottery on the 28th. Once those are complete, we'll have the initial seats that go out after the lottery, and then we'll open up the application almost immediately after that, so that families can still apply going into next year. Aside from that, we also are in the midst of gearing up for our district site visit. That's going to happen on May 11th. The district usually requests to speak with board members. They usually ask to speak with a newer board member that they haven't met, and then of course the president and just so that you guys are aware. That is happening on the 11th. We are also gearing up for a visit from the state for the meal program. That's going to happen on May 9th as well as June 12th. We also just completed the P2 attendance reporting, and we are sitting at 90.30%. We were at 91 at P1. I reached out again to the district attendance analyst, and we had kind of a short conversation that the district is hovering over that same percentage. And quite honestly, they feel like we're not going to see attendance rates above 95%, like we did pre-pandemic. It's going to be a while before we get there. So that was a little disheartening. Also, we are preparing for next year. We are finalizing the employee contracts so that they can be signed as soon as possible this week. And also preparing our student information system mapping for next year as well. That's it.
Natalie, I have some questions for you.
Sure.
Let's talk about first, so we talked about re-enrollment. Can you give us the numbers where we're at for each class right now? So how many people are in the pre-K now?
So in pre-K, we have
That's for next
4.
year. That's 4.
What's 4 TK?
What we have right now.
Right, how many Ks do we have right now?
We have. Don't know that off the top of my head. We have. Theoretically, we should have the same
Or
going
maybe we have-
forward.
Currently,
How many kindergartners?
19 kindergartners and 4 TK.
Okay, so every one of them re-enrolled.
Yes.
And then, so for first grade, do we have the, can we get the numbers so we have an idea grade by grade where we're at, so. I look at this and go, there's 19 that's going to re-enrolled to go to first grade. That sounds terrible, but then when you realize that it's every student who's in there is returning, okay, it's not terrible. Right,
Right,
so we need some context behind those numbers.
okay.
First
then-
grade has 20.
I'm sorry,
First grade has 20, so 19 have 20.
currently?
Yes.
Okay,
Second grade,
28.
third grade,
Hold on. I have to keep notes on this, and it's getting me. First grade has 20, second grade has what?
28.
Thank you.
third grade,
23.
hold on, sorry, third grade was 23? Third grade was 28. Whoop,
No, third grade is.
Second grade was 28.
Thank you,
Third 23.
thank you.
fourth grade,
23.
fifth grade,
23.
sixth grade,
Things 20.
26,
Yes,
and we
that's
just got a
right.
new one, 27.
seventh grade,
Oh, 24.
I got those right here.
I think there's 24, yeah.
24 too. Eighth grade, 28 in eighth grade. I have a question too. How many new applications do we have for next year?
So the new applications, we have 194.
194.
How does that compare to last year? This time?
It's about the same. I think we had a little over 200 last year. I think we ended at like 215.
Have we added any students
We
or
only added 1.
from the marketing? Have we added students or can we directly tie people entering the lottery for next year to the marketing?
I don't know, if we can directly tie. Now, I have read some tours and it's been a mixed bag. People have said like, oh, I heard from a friend, that was the most common thing. And then the last 2 sets that I've done, they got the thing in the mail and it came because the dates were on there. So there are people who are gauging interest from it, but I can't directly tie them.
In school meet in the new enrollment, sorry, is there a question in there? Because some of the other schools do that where they say, how did you hear about us? And is that
There's a
clear?
question in there.
So, but where we're at now, I mean, it is a question for you during the principal's report, if you're gonna talk about the marketing efforts. We don't currently have any idea about the money that we have spent on marketing and its direct impact on getting people to sign up now.
I can take you back through that. I did a presentation on it in one of the ones you were going. I can take you
Okay.
back through that and share that with you.
We can do that outside.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There are some, there's some direct things, but it's not like I can't pattern you exact people in some of that, but I'll take you through.
Thank you. Any other questions for Natalie?
Is one from the 6th grade currently is 28 that you're taking?
27. We just got, 27 this week.
Went from 26 to 27 students. We're, just as a side note, there's people who are coming to do tours right now, and they haven't applied for next year, so they're not in the lottery. So what I'm telling them is if they get in now, they can carry over to next year. And a lot of them have tried to do that. Now that won't be open after re-enrollment ended, but a lot of people were trying to do that, I think. So
But we only added 1, is what I'm hearing you say.
well, but I've been doing this for like a month, so we added a couple different kids through that process. Like 4th grade, I know has at least 1
We
kid.
did add a couple of kids to that process.
So this week we added 1. We added a 4th grader, kind of like right before spring break. And then
Kindergarten had one.
A month ago.
And then fifth grade, too. It was a family of three.
Yeah, I'm guessing like 5 or 6 kids, Tom's, but somewhere in that range.
Have we created any in the last 6 weeks?
Have we what?
Hey, kids left. Then in the last 6 weeks?
Yes.
We only had 3. That left.
Thank you.
Nothing, no, it's fine.
Good. Keep moving. Thank you, Natalie. We're doing an IT report. Christian's not here, correct?
Yeah, do you want me to read his word report?
Yes, please.
Robotics highlights. The 3rd grade students will be presenting their maze project to the class starting this Monday and Friday. They will also be working on a reflection on the project in the following week. The objective of this project was collaboration, team building, critical thinking, and having a fun experience. Meanwhile, the middle school students have started their Rocket League tournament, which will last for a week. After that, they will begin their reflection on the project. The objective of the project was collaboration, teamwork, critical thinking, strategic planning, and having a fun experience. Task testing update. Our middle school Chromebooks are updated, and any old or broken Chromebooks were replaced and updated to the latest version 112.0 OS. The technology cards were reachable and are good to go. We conducted a network test and the results were good with no issues arising. In the upcoming week, we will be communicating with 3rd through 5th grade teachers to schedule a time to update Chromebooks and ensure they are ready for testing on May 15th. We also purchased disposable headsets to ensure that each student has a clean and hygienic set of headphones, which is particularly important given the current situation with the post-COVID-19 pandemic. Grant update. We are still working on applying for grants with Mr. Phillips, and there is no current status update. We hope to move forward with the application process as soon as possible. Thank you for taking time to hear my IT report for the April board meeting. If you have any questions or concerns, please do not hesitate to ask. And I think I had Natalie put this in the board notes. Did you? Yeah, so just so you guys have this as well, it'd be easier to communicate.
Appreciate it.
I know you can't answer, whatever you guys can. The Rocket League thing, is that just a video game or is it?
So not all middle school takes it, only if you have to go election.
But is it video games and all electronic, or is there any like hands-on tactile?
I switch off the coding and video games and then go back to my class.
All right, there's maybe a little bird that.
Something out in the audience? There's a soccer, Rocket League is a soccer game where you have the cars, so they're like programming the cars they bought little foam soccer balls to, actually, there's a soccer course, so they're programming to simulate the game.
Thank you. So it's not technically a video game, it's
Yeah, no,
the actuality.
They're putting it to way.
all right,
You can see
thank
it.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Real estate advisory panel update, unless there's any other questions, I'm gonna move ahead. Walker.
Thank you, President Davis. So I don't want to get very micro and tactile and talk about specific properties. I'd rather, for the benefit of everyone and the understanding of everyone, take some broad strokes and back up to some fundamental elements of this, which should hopefully help out those that are helping to suggest properties, or those that want to help suggest properties. So here's some fundamentals. So the money that's earmarked for OTA was based off of Measure YY way back in the day, $3.5 billion grant. Of those dollars, 588 million allocated to San Diego charter schools. Of those dollars, we're at the top of the list for charter schools. We've got about $40 million earmarked for us. Those that's not our money. That's San Diego Unified's money. So they're utilizing that money to look for a property. So when they buy this building, eventually when we buy this building, that's their building. We utilize it, we inhabit it. Once we do find this building, or let me back up, while we're looking for this building, there's a lot of stipulations that go around where we find this building, some of the challenges in finding this building, because it's not our money, it's theirs. And they will be 100% certain if OTA for some reason goes away, that building remains and it's not on a fault. It's not next to a gas line. It's not next to a flake. So here are some of those stipulations if you're out there looking. We can't be 500 feet from a freeway. We have to be more than 750 feet away from a NPS pipeline. Don't worry, I didn't know what it means either when it started out, but there's an overlay map. If anyone's motivated or wants to actually look at this, I'm happy to send you the overlay map with all these. We have to be at least 100 feet away from an earthquake fault line, active or non-active. You talk to your geologist about that. We have to be over 1,500 feet away from a cannabis store. I think I referenced airports and flight paths. Have to be over 1,000 feet away from the strip club. And then some other things that aren't exact stipulations, but are nice to have. We want at least 2 acres. We'd like to be close to Old Town. Parking and playgrounds. So 40 million is a lot of money, but in San Diego, in the market we're in challenges against developers, recently we thought we identified a property where a church scooped it up. So churches now have a lot of money against us as well. So I just say that for the education of everyone that we're pursuing that, and we have been pursuing it. But for those that want to help out, those are some of the parameters that we're up against. And happily, I'll email you, I'll talk to you on the side, based off of board meetings I've had. A couple stakeholders, parents, people in the community that reached out. I appreciate the Bob Hams of the world throwing suggestions at me. Parents throwing suggestions at me as well. And I've been at it long enough where I'm having monthly meetings with San Diego Unified School District, and I'm feeling frustrated and wanting to pound my head on the keyboard after talking to them. So sometimes if you ask me about certain properties and I shoot you down, it's not just because I don't want it to happen, it's because I know probably the ins and outs and what they're going to tell me. And I've got an ongoing spreadsheet of the last 2 years of properties identified and prospects and near misses. So it's not a redundant process. If you guys start looking at stuff, I'm happy to share that with you as well. So that's kind of the broad strokes of it. It's depending on how you want to look at the glass, half full or not, but there is the optimistic way of looking at that right now that I keep telling myself is interest rates are sky high. So it's slowed down a lot of developers from buying and building properties or locations. That money for us is in the bank for the schools. So we don't have to worry about sourcing those dollars from private sources. So from that standpoint, that's promising. We've done a recent letter writing campaign, again, we being Colliers, which is the real estate brokerage firm designated by San Diego Unified School District. But again, if you guys know anyone, you guys live next to a real estate broker, if you guys know of properties coming on the market, feel free to bounce them off.
Walker, can you share the spreadsheet of all the ones that you have? And worked or whatever.
Sure, I'm happy to send it out to boards.
So is there like a guideline on how far north to look, how far east to look?
No, it's something that we've expanded the search halo, I guess you want to call it that, from, recently in the last 4 or 5 months, we've gone a little bit beyond 5 miles away. And, we don't want to go too far east, too far north, too far south, but by doing it, it does open up more options for us, but it's that delicate balance of like the push and pull of where we want to go and what we lose, what we gain from options like that. But from a search standpoint, if something ideal comes up and it's beyond 5 miles or 10 miles, we'd like to have that opportunity to make a decision and shoot it down on the forward. And lastly, the process too, if we identify a location, I mean, we have identified about, say, 3 or 4 ideal properties over the past 2 years. It's slow moving, and that's the frustrating part. And a couple of times where we thought we've identified a property, there's bureaucratic processes in place that sometimes take a while, that in those in that time, we've lost out to a developer that's come in, a church that's come in with all cash offers in 30 days, and they're ready to close. So, you know, it's the support that I'm getting from emails and or suggestions in the last couple months is promising, and I'll keep you up to date from forward meeting standpoint, or if we come out with the document as well.
Do my monthly hurrah. I mean, he's been really, I've been sitting on those calls and then texting and doing other calls and visits with Walker pretty consistently. He's pursuing every single one of those leads. And seem really promising, and then ultimately don't pan out. Others are still in play. So he's been really dogged in the pursuit. It's a pretty thankless task until we finally get something locked up, but just know we're trying, and any ideas you have, keep them coming. What we have here, board discussion. I don't think there's, we had the opportunity at the beginning. If anybody has any board comments, I'm just gonna keep this thing rolling. Parent Foundation report.
Hi, my name is Sally Davis Latero. And our April meeting had approximately 25 attendees between in person and on Zoom. We have sent out our agenda and meeting minutes. We have elections for next year's council. They've been announced and nominations are still open. So we're looking for people to fill in for treasurer, secretary, communications coordinator, volunteer coordinator, auditor, and gala chair. I want to say that we have a great team. So if there's anybody out there that's interested, you are joining an amazing team who has already done so many great things. Let's see. Upcoming events, we have the gala, as everybody know, on May 20th. That's called the Grand Old Osprey, and it's right here in Old Town. It's shaping up to be super fun. We have DJs dancing, karaoke, full meal, so everybody's going to eat and drink and just generally celebrate the year. We're starting to see donations coming in and some small sponsorships, but we received about half the class letters that we expected to. We still need more big ticket auction items. We're hoping to find enough sponsors to cover ticket packages for each of our staff. They're working on putting together some really great teacher experiences to help support the event. So I encourage everybody to share with your contacts, companies, friends, and partners, see if we can hustle up some more money from them. And I know for anybody that's been buying Girl Scout cookies or whatever from all of your coworkers in the past, hit them up now, payback. We also have, ticket sales. All the early bird ticket sales sold out. We now have parent nights support available through Mathnasium of Point Loma. So if anybody's having childcare issues, you will have something available to you that night. The only thing is that they have to be 5 and up. So some of our kinders might miss the mark on that. Or if you've got little ones, but that's what all your grandparents, and aunts are for, the ones that told you to have kids, right? At this month's meeting, we approved classroom supplies for 1st and 2nd grade, graduation caps, and Osprey lunch reimbursements. The capital, moving on to grants and awards. The capital project grants first report out is due this month in April 2023. And a request has been sent to OTA leadership and the board to gather the information needed for this initial report out. Classroom events. 6th grade hosted the staff lunch this month. It was a beautiful event, very well attended, looked really nice, saw the photos. We're gathering data from the room parents to illustrate the amazing work and financial contributions our families make to the school on a regular basis. We focus on the fundraising efforts of the JET and Gala, but our families are providing day in and day out with their time and money. Between the money collected at the classroom level by our room parents, the wish list fulfilled at the individual and classroom level, the donations made to provide our raffle baskets, etc. Of the funds raised at the headliner events, our families are donating a large amount of money per year that is often overlooked. Our monthly teacher appreciation lunches contribute over 3,000 in teacher lunches alone. Combined with our annual gifts, dedicated appreciation week, and other items, that's over 10,000 in direct staff appreciation support directly from our families. So I think we got a report from I think it was the 6th grade that they contributed 6,000 in just this year. Other areas that have been shared for follow-up include a request for an update on out-of-date socials, a request to improve our online forms, and more transparency of funds. There is another thing that's not mentioned here, but it kind of goes into it too, is when parents donate, we want to make sure that those things stay with the classroom. So I think in years past, as teachers have left, they might have taken those things, and those really are for OTA specifically. So we would love to see that those things stay. And because I have before, this is not me speaking on behalf of the foundation, but going to the discussion that we had earlier about minimum days, I wrote while I was sitting here. Is that okay?
No, it's like your own personal take on minimum days.
Yes,
Yeah,
because I missed the discussion.
I would love for you to do that, Sally, but you can't do that.
Okay.
Can you answer though, you said you got half of the class letters that you expected, what does that mean?
Yeah, I was wondering that too.
So, as part of fundraising, all of the classes are sent, like with template letters that they then send out to friends, relatives, co-workers, and that is just like a pledge to, donate funds to the gala.
Is it, you send it up to businesses or to individuals?
Businesses, individuals, it's your choice. This year, we only got back half as many as last.
So when you say half, you mean half?
Right, yeah, you got half of the students to write them, or you
Yes.
got half donation?
Half of the students to write them.
Were those done in class?
They should have been sent to all classes.
Oh.
Trying to touch on that, I think just for the older grades, not all students completed them, they're like, oh, I forgot it, or oh, I didn't have it, but I think most students. do
I
it.
think in the middle school, because I was solely in charge of that, I think I had at least 90% of the students.
Which way over there.
I'm shocked by that only because I talked to Tracy and we had like, I know there was some bought in the mailbox when she came in, so I didn't reply.
Traditionally, it's been done in the classroom, like with a teacher guided. I think, I don't know if that maybe was not done.
I don't believe it was done that way this year.
Is there still time?
No,
Go through
they get
these.
it back. But they don't. I mean, at this point,
Get one or two.
Well,
Yeah, I would
I-
say.
I mean, I'm gonna walk my own son around North Park this
yeah,
weekend, you know, there's a QR code that's on there, so it's. They're not doing a lot of walking. I feel like there's still time.
I do too.
Traditionally, what at this point, this late in the game, it kind of has to be like a face-to-face, like, can I have this, can I give
I
that?
mean, if we were to send letters out Monday, we still have time to get some back. There's still, we just need buy-in from teachers, you know, to do this in the class with the students who haven't done it yet.
Yeah, we can review the staff meeting, to just talk about some strategies from within the class so we can do that.
We're talking about-
Those
As somebody who's on this project, I do.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, did they? Yeah.
Huge stuff.
I'm sorry. was it-
We Natalie said we got a lot of return senders, so.
We get a huge amount of return senders. That's what that, we had like a ton. It was an enormous amount when I handed it off to Tracy.
And then there were some businesses that I called to follow up with, and they said, you must have an amazing PTA because you are the third person to reach out to me. So does that mean yes? Like,
I would say also that you guys made it really easy this year. You know, gave a template, gave that the code, I don't know, it was really straightforward to accomplish.
That's just a touch of red. No, we can- this is why it's really-
Did you find a lot of donations from them?
I don't know the numbers on that. We can probably send those out to you.
Do we? If we don't have time to write new letters, I hope we do, but at least for the return to senders one, can we at least update the address or find another address? Or? I mean, we have them sitting there somewhere in a stack.
Tracy came and got all of them. I don't know what we're gonna
Okay,
do.
so they're not just sitting.
No, they were handed off back to the foundation. Can you email me the template?
I think it's also on the foundation. page.
All right,
Any other questions?
When we get the QR code, we might be able to, you know, just in the next few days.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Is there a spreadsheet of places that you've already approached so that we're not doing them for the third?
Yeah, you probably should have done that. So, we could probably start.
I'm on the Gala committee, I can answer any questions.
Yeah,
We don't, but we do have a list of where we have received donations from. What the Gala committee had spoken about was, why not, what Sally was saying, we hit up a lot of places multiple times, even today for Grandparents' Day, we hit up the same donut shop 3 different times. And they ended up donating a bunch of donuts to us. So I don't see any harm in having that conversation with business owners, because it's been a positive thing, really. But we don't, to answer that question. And I'd be happy to help with Tracy to work on those returns and envelopes.
Can you share that spreadsheet?
I can ask Sarah, she has it. That's her.
Any other questions? All right. We can move along. Devin, principal report. Oh, wait, yeah, Devin, principal report.
All right. Starting off with building repairs, just wanted to give you guys an update on the elevator. We did put the first initial payment in. We'll find it on the paperwork from Josh. I hadn't heard anything from them for a while. I had sent a couple emails just to kind of find out where they were. I finally got an email back today. According to them, they're still currently on schedule, but there are some things that are being shipped that are being delayed. So they're reaching out to everybody to find out what their ETA is, and they're going to give me a reestablished deadline. But right now, they're saying that it's still on the date to have it done by May 1st, which, as we're sitting here, I'm a little shocked by, but that's what they're saying. However, they're saying that once they understand the shipping issue, they'll get back with me soon. So I'm hoping to find out.
Completed May 1st.
Yeah, I guess technically completed May 1st, because that's what they said. They were gonna have it done May 1st, and then we had till the 26th to get it checked out. So, but again, they didn't answer me for like 7 days, and I just now got a response back today that said that some of those, right now they're still on schedule, but there's some things that they need to find out where they're at in the delay of shipping. So it takes them 2 weeks, so that in essence would start them like by the end of the week, if that's the case. And I'm not feeling like that's where we're at from what I got from the email. So I wanted to be.
How much of the deposit did we pay?
29,000, is that what the deposit was? I think it was 29,900. It's in the paperwork. I saw it earlier. So we put the down payment was what they required for them to get started, and we've already done that. So that's the update on the elevator.
Okay, just real quick on that for the inspector, because I know that's gonna be a hard part, is finding somebody. Does it have to be a Coney person, or is it just an elevator? I mean, is that this?
I think it has to be somebody from the state from the Lake County reviewed with me. It didn't have to be a Coney person.
Because we should get creative about trying to put some additional pressure on folks there.
You may have, you live in that world, so you may have some connections.
Maybe, but still, those guys take them off yet. But yeah.
Okay.
That's gonna be hard. I mean, if you can, maybe CC me on some of the correspondence with the elevator guys, because if it gets squirrely, like we need to start pinning
I will.
down looking at those things.
Cool. Any questions about the elevator? All right, small repairs. I'm happy to report that our constant repairs around the building have kind of slowed. We still have some things going on. Staff restroom just recently had an issue that's been fixed, and then we had the sinks right outside the staff restrooms are currently need to be fixed. There's some sort of backflow issue with the drain that they're working on. The privacy fence, I sat in a couple cabinet meetings where they've shared with us that it's going to happen next week, so it's something I need to get on, but we're a little bit behind schedule. But I was like, again, guaranteed that it'll happen soon. was supposed to happen over spring break, but it is a two-man job and we only had one person here, so. That needs to pick up and that was on me, but I wanted to give an update on that.
It's just a new scrim.
Yeah, because we're gonna do the dark screen. It's a lot better. I don't know if you guys have seen it down at the end. There's a big difference in it and I think it's purple. I'm colorblind. I think it's purple. Then the backstop, as I heard Jonah talk about, keeping those balls in the yard again. I talked to Mario, was either yesterday or the day before, and he said that there's a guy coming out to do the specs, but we're getting pretty close to working to get that first pilot one set up to see what that looks like. So that is in the works and should be started pretty soon. But comparatively to all the other things that we've had throughout the year, this has been kind of a small month, so things seem to be getting better a little bit around the building. Anything on building repairs? Any questions? Cool. I have provided you guys a comprehensive school safety plan. It is something that it's this really big thick one that came tonight. It is something that needs to be approved. The only changes in it from prior years were personnel changes to rename according to our staff. We didn't really alter any of the processes or procedures in it. It's just name changes that needs to be updated for our charter renewal, which is in May, because that needs to be part of it. So wanted to share that with you.
So literally everything else is the same except we
I just changed names. I just changed names and in essence duties, because but I matched them with who their current good person is. If I'm being honest, we're probably going to go through and do that better to accommodate with how we flow at some point in the upcoming year, but we needed to get approved for this year. So I kind of put those in place. Anything on that safety plan questions? It's a huge document. I think it's 70 some pages. So okay. WASC, I just wanted to give an update. I went and did the WASC evaluation of the school in Compton. To be honest, it was probably the greatest professional development I've ever experienced. The ability to look at a school from all of these different lenses. It really gave me some ability to look at our school in different lenses that I hadn't been taught in the past. So I just wanted to share that this was a really tremendous experience. Really got to learn a lot about how other schools operate and how they position things and alter things. So just wanted to share that was a really great experience. And to be honest, I came back and the first thing I said is there's a couple people here who need to go be a part of this. So Turner, Mr. Watts, Mr. Maxey, I just told them that I would like them to go through this process too, because it opens up a bunch of lenses and views of the school that I think will be really valuable for a couple of us to have while we're here. So just wanted to kind of say thank you for that, because I thought that was a really great thing that I got to do, and want to make it a thing that our staff becomes part of that process so that they can also see what else is out there and how other things operate. It will only help us get better.
What is WASC stand for again?
Western Accreditation for Schools and Colleges.
Western Association.
Sorry, it's an accreditation thing. So. Okay. D is TK status. The reason it's on here was to bring it up. It is something we did run a pilot model of the TK and the kindergarten this year, and to be honest and upfront, it wasn't as successful as we would have hoped. As we're looking into next year, I'm actually I've kind of felt and shared with some people that TK has not benefited our school here. And it is something that we're going to have a vote on later on whether we will have TK or not next year. So that's why it's on the document. Any questions about TK? Is there any information that anybody needs on that?
We did not open enrollment for TK on our lottery, correct?
Correct. Well, technically we did for the first week and then we closed it down.
Did you get, is that people on that?
I don't think anybody got in during that period of time.
They applied, but there's like 6.
I didn't know that.
I think we know where we stand.
Right. Any other questions? I just want to make sure everybody's got their questions answered. Okay. School calendar. Again, it's just on here. I provided you guys with an A through H. So I think that's 10 different calendars to look at. I am asking for a vote later in the meeting to kind of move along in that process. Is it something, anything we want to discuss with it now, or is that something we want to discuss at voting time? I'm kind of leave that in your ballpark. Zach, it just has to be on here to talk about for us to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can clarify, if there's any other clarification, we started a closed session to talk through, and just to lay some groundwork here, we eliminated 8 out of the 10 right off the bat, so we're really down to 2, I think, or whatever the numbers are. So we should be able to have some consensus, I think. The sticking points here, it may not be exactly what's in the exhibit, in terms of trying to figure out adding on time to accommodate total, hours, so. Confident we'll have a vote and we'll get it done, but then there will probably be some administrative adjustments that need to happen.
Okay.
But we can talk through the specifics if we get to the voting section.
Okay. Field trips, I'm gonna move on to field trips then, just wanted to share with you, the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade field trips that are coming up. The 6th grade is going to Catalina Island, May 22nd through the 24th. Mr. Watts will be overseeing that, trip. So that's the 6th grade trip. The 7th grade trip, they're gonna go to the Poly Institute, May 22nd through the 24th, and Ms. Fernandez is overseeing that trip. And then the 8th grade is going to Yosemite, May 15th through 19th, and then Mrs. Miller will be supervising that trip. So just wanted to share that we have some big middle school field trips. I know that's something that went away during COVID, and this year there was a big push to get them back, and we have figured out how to get them back. And so I want to give a thank you to the foundation as they've offset some of the costs to make this possible for some kids. And for our school to make it happen this year. So I wanted to thank them and thank the 3 teachers that are heading this and taking on really big field trips. I mean, these are the biggest field trips I've ever been a part of as an administrator. So I just wanted to thank everybody involved and make sure the board was aware.
Thank you, the students, thank everybody, the foundation, teachers, we really do appreciate it. And then so looking forward to it.
So the buzz around here is getting more excited about the field trips. You can feel that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Phillips, can you can you say again what 7th grade is? I didn't quite hear you.
They're going to the Poly Institute, May 22nd through the 24th, and Ms. Fernandez will be overseeing that one. Mrs. Fernandez.
Thank you.
Yep. And then the last thing is G on mine is we currently have a board meeting on June 7th, and I'm going to take the blame for this for poor scheduling. We also have 8th grade graduation. So at the end, I am asking for us to move the June 7th board meeting to June 14th, 1 week later, to accommodate 8th grade graduation. Which I have kind of shared with you guys in the past, just to make sure you guys were heads up. So that's all I have for my board report. Just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of what we'd be voting on. Any questions?
Would the 14th be after the end of school? I've forgotten the last day.
June 9th is the last day, but I still expect you to be here, Jonah. You're still a school board member.
Yeah. Better be here.
The new kids will also be here on that one as well.
Right, but they'll still be sitting up here, right?
Right.
They'll be at the
Before.
August is the new. Okay.
No, I don't think these guys are gonna be gone at the beach hanging out.
Yeah.
President Davis is too kind to you guys.
All right, great, thank you. Any other questions for Devin? That was a lot. We are moving on. New business, action items.
All right, I have to say that the meeting minutes that were printed out or were sent the second time were not the correct ones. So we have to punt that, which is embarrassing. It's my first one that I missed the whole year.
So we're punting A, is that correct?
Yeah, the March meeting minutes, I think was sent originally as the March minute and then sent the second time as my template. It's just a jumble of nonsense. So you know what those.
I would like to say the meeting minutes have been outstanding.
Yeah, I agree. From what I see, it's been positive.
They really good.
And if anybody wants to be the secretary, then.
Yeah. And I completely botched that, and I'm not gonna talk too long here, but we do need to talk about board elections, which gets some renewed focus. So for anybody that's still listening, I know the school calendar up, so I'm kind of doing a little teaser, but we need to get as many people excited, energized, involved as we can. So tap shoulders, talk to people at Friday Flag, talk to people in your classroom. We need some new blood. We got a lot of OGs that are gonna be terming out, and you know, we're at a transition point. So as much as we can get other folks on board, please, let's do it. And then Jonah, talk to your dad. We might need him to come in May and give us the lowdown on all the protocols and procedures and walk us through, because he did a really outstanding job of kind of compiling all that information to make sure that it was easy to understand as possible.
I'll talk to him, I'll be persuasive.
Thank you, sir.
Just tell him he has to do it. Don't be persuasive.
Yeah. All right, so moving on here, approval of check register.
Kate, I wanted to tell you, there's one thing that appeared on here that I thought had already been paid. It's a consulting thing that was the final payment on the marketing. I thought that was all paid in the last meeting when you asked me. Wasn't until I saw it on here that I realized that it hadn't been on the last one, so. Apologies for that, because I didn't know that was not being honest at the time.
Well, then you were being, right? If you didn't
I would
know, you
much prefer to look at it that way, but I definitely felt bad when I realized that it was on this one. But this should be the last one for sure.
All right. Anybody got any questions here? And I hear a motion.
I'll motion.
Second.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. Sada, Topher, are you still out there?
Yeah. Aye.
All right, carries unanimously. So I'm not gonna talk about abstentions. Change, okay, item C, change of the regular scheduled board meeting from 6/7, June 7th to 6/14. Can I get a motion?
A motion.
Daniel seconds. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. All right, motion carries unanimously.
Sorry, who first?
Kevin. And then Daniel second. School calendar. All right. Okay, so we narrowed it down. We were down to option A, which, and let me set the tone a little bit here. It's become apparent, and we heard it obviously at the front end here, and we talked about it briefly. Minimum days have become a major point of emphasis. There's a lot of passion behind it. There's a lot of need for it, candidly. I mean, just from a professional standpoint and best practices, it seems like something that this school has been lacking. The school does have a unique culture. We have been, you know, again, unique, special, however we want to put it, but also hard charging. And I think times have changed a little bit and it's evolved, and we are and have been listening, open-minded, seeking collaborative solutions with the staff. I hope that's recognized. So the board has been considering a variety. You heard Devin said we had 10 different options we were looking at, and within those, there were tweaks that we were making and really trying to build consensus within the parent community and with the teachers to come up with a solution that we hope feels like a huge win for the staff and for our community and for our students. It's going to be a transition. So I'm bearing the lead here. We're down to option A and option F, which are minimum days every other week. And the sticking point there being ski week, President's Week, keep on ski week, President's Week, or no President's Week. And I'll let the board jump in here as I'm ambling on, but I think we are open to the idea of President's Week and minimum days with an understanding that there's needs to be some reduction in professional development days. Now, not at the expense of PD days. We don't want to suddenly have them all consolidated in 1 week and then have no professional development for the first 3 or 4 months. That being said, these minimum days are going to be used very judiciously by our staff and by Devin in particular to lay out a framework for how we can build our guys up, how we can support our students, but really, so there's accountability. So we understand how we're getting better. So that is the expectation. That being said, we talked about it in closed session beforehand. Option F is where we're leaning with some tweaks to ski week. And I open the floor to anybody else that has any thoughts. considerations, comments? No.
So I think one of the things we talked about was if we went with option F, it would be that June 7th was then the final day, and it would make the calendar 178 days, so that would be a change that we would make.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up, but I thought that was my understanding as well.
Yeah.
That one more day would be added, that Friday.
I think we need to discuss the specific tweaks that to option F. You know, concerning ski or professional development. Presidents, I'm sorry. We touched on it a little bit in closed session, but you know, what exactly are those were, we need to agreement on that.
Fair, I mean, I think the first one is pushing the end date from Thursday to the 7th. I'll open it up to the board, and I think the idea, and maybe this was a clarification, I think in the initial option F that has since been corrected here, it was showing 3 PD days.
Which was a screw up, I mean.
Yeah, so that was showing February 16th, the Friday before President's Week. So now we're down to 2 PD days, October 6th, January 2nd. But I would certainly hope that given that President's Week, we would use some of that time for staff development.
But some of these, so just to share with you guys, my plan with having an every other week minimum day is that each month there will be one minimum day that is intervention focused for our kids. The other one will be either professional development or professional learning as like a PLC style collaborative meeting with the teachers. So there's going to be professional development that's going to be sprung into these minimum days as well. So I want to make sure that that point's getting out. With the PD days are so we can do multiple professional developments in a day, where with these half days, in essence, we would be fitting in some professional development, probably some collaborative time, depending on the hours of that professional development.
The full PD days are for like the full day core knowledge training.
Correct. When you, I mean, there are certain professional developments that are whole day mandated in order for you to do it. So those would be those focus days. Most of the professional development is an hour to 2 hours, which could be put into these minutes.
Where are you fitting those whole professional development days now currently on our schedule?
We barely are. They really happen.
That's my question.
Yeah, they really happen before.
Yeah,
They really happen before school. We had another one built in, I want to say that was in the fall, but then we had one that was supposed to be January 2nd, but we had to cancel it because that was technically the New Year holiday. And so we couldn't be at work on that day. So we lost that professional development day on top of it. So there haven't been days. In fact, that's been one of my struggles is I went out and got this grant so we could have some professional development. And while I have been able to spend it in different areas, I haven't been able to fit the professional developments in that I was really focusing on our staff getting because of that. It's just a time factor. It's I think Robin shared, like, one of the real difficulties we have is everybody's on a different schedule. So to align ourselves and sit down and have conversations about this kid or how we want to approach this as a staff, those aren't as existing as I wish they were. So we aren't is basically the short answer. We just don't have those opportunities right now.
So other than a tweak to pushing that end date to the 7th, are there any other tweaks to option F that are proposed other than encouraging professional development during the week of school?
So is there a President's Week, is that professional development time? Are there some days that are, some days that aren't in there?
So
And that has to be part of the overall map.
sure. So I didn't currently write them as per PD days. And that is because my understanding from the teachers is historically, while it sounds like it was sold to the board, but that's the intention for them, they were never used that way. Like there wasn't an executive director or principal that actually utilized them that way. So I hadn't set them to be professional days at all.
But
we can't.
Like 3 or 4 years, maybe 4 years on President's Week, right?
And I'm being told they've never been used as professional.
Hold on.
Yeah.
We had COVID.
Sure.
We had days to make up, right? So I think there's extenuating circumstances. The whole purpose, and I want to say it was like 2019, 2020 was the first year. I could be mistaken, and you may.
This is the second year that we've had President's Week
Was it, so,
Dr. Reed presented
that's
it.
right, okay.
It was, last year was the first year it was implemented. And then-
So,
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
so the tradition of it is, we're talking about once,
Twice now, but yes,
whatever. So I think the tradition of it is not really.
I thought it was more than that.
That's how we. I was going on to 16, but I was corrected at home the other day, so, but my point being, look, I think us looking at this schedule as a whole. Hopefully the teachers understand the give from the parents. On the every other half days is a big one. I think it does create some issues. The ski week, I think President's Week, some people love it, some people don't, fine. I think for me to support this and really be a big backer of it, we need commitments from the teachers that they're going to use this time, and I think I've shared this before. For PD, for the collaboration, my experience in previous schools with this has not been that way. And it has been a sore subject with parents, because it is not often used that way. The other thing I would say is, I would highly encourage you, Devin in particular, or Turner, or both of you guys, every month, the board meeting next year. That you say, hey, last month, this is how we used our days. Sure. So there's some accountability there, right? Because there's a lot of time, there's a lot of hours that are being, now parents have to figure this out, and hopefully we'll come up with some ideas of how to help the parents with that, whatever the program is that we can offer.
Sure.
But there should be some accountability as well to say, hey, here's what our teachers worked on, here's what our teachers learned, here's the time, how this time is being beneficial for the students, because make no mistake about it. The only ones that matter are the kids, everything else is secondary, right? Whether it's what parents want, what the board wants, what the teachers want, it's all about the kids. And so we need to be able to get some reporting, some pushback from you guys and say, hey, excuse me, not pushback, but some reporting back that says, hey, this is how we're using it, this is how it's benefiting the kids. That program you just went to and why you want to send the other, that's great stuff, and we need to have that in the minutes as well.
glad to do that. Glad to share that. We'll just make that a regular board report piece, and I'm glad to do that.
Any other comment? Questions?
I think all that I want to say is that while it looks like we're giving a lot of pushback on this, I think we're trying to look at the whole picture and do what's best for everyone. And no one is saying half days are not necessary, you guys don't need this or anything like that. Everyone is saying, let's figure out how to make this work. Let's figure out how to get you guys what you need to do the best job that you can do for our students. And really, as a whole, that's what the board is for, right? Is to kind of look at the whole picture, not just one side or the other. So I just would like to say, I know that this is going to be a culture shock for our school and our parents primarily. And so, you know, there's going to be some fallout of that, but we're going to have to all realize that when somebody says like, hey, we have to look at this from a community perspective, it's not a negative towards someone else's perspective.
Well, I want to say from when this first came up to now, I really appreciate just a shift to openness and conversations that have happened. And, you know, Zach and I spent endless hours on the phone. I know he spent additional endless hours with other people on the phone for this. And I just really appreciate the time and consideration that's been put into this, no matter where it lands.
Same for me, I spent, you know, Zach, really willing to talk with him on the phone to not just. You know, he wanted to truly hear what it's doing, so he was willing to spend a lot of time talking to me, and I do think that this particular board has been receptive to what's been presented, and it is a big change, so.
Yeah, I appreciate the board's support. There's been a lot of groundwork and conversations, but everybody's been open-minded and creative and trying to come up with a solution that works for everybody. Recognizing there's compromise on both sides. And hopefully it feels like a compromise, but it also feels like a huge win for the community. Now that being said, a couple minor tweaks. I don't want to throw a grenade here. Friday. I don't know about the minimum day being on Friday. I don't know if there's flexibility there just with our ADA conversation, particularly after Josh was
I have no, honestly, I have no preference where it falls. I put it on Friday because the last conversation we had at the board was that it went to Friday. And that
Which
was the
look, as
preferable thing.
a parent, sounds great, you know, you can kind of plan your weekend and. But that's also the downfall of this thing, is if you ding our ADA even more than it already is.
Well, and side note to that, I've heard you say that, and I've thought a lot about it. My thought process is there are, and I'm sure we could actually pull records, we can idea this, but there are a lot of parents that pull their kids out on Friday to go someplace for the weekend a little bit early. It may be a day where we're actually like holding on to ADA almost the opposite way, the same way, right? Because parents, instead of pulling their kids out on Friday, they're like, oh, well, it's a half day, I can wait till noon and pull my kids. So it could be a beneficial thing. I don't really know. I don't have any data to pull and say that this is accurate, but I've thought a lot about your comment, and I think the inverse is also true. It may save us a little bit. There might be more people coming on Friday than would otherwise come, because it's a shortened day.
My other question is the human nature, how I am with Friday afternoon. I mean, is that the most productive use for, I mean, if that is the intent to collaborate, get together, do professional development. Do you guys think that would be the best time to do it? Would it be better in the middle of the week? And again, I know there's pickup and other things. I know, I'm just, while we're having this, we might as well talk through it.
I do not believe the teachers are stuck on just Friday. Think that they are okay with whatever day they just want. And then it's-
Maybe Daniel can pull up our survey. I think there was like 15 comments on make it Friday.
Dr. Casado, with some of the stuff that you have any input here with some things you've done at the university or any impact or anything like that?
Well, no, I was gonna bring the question in terms of the impact, obviously that obviously could be positive, or obviously I think it was mentioned in terms of whether families for some reason might not see it as a positive for them, what might be the financial impact, for the following year. If for some reason there's less students, or I think we want to see both. Obviously, we know that the more professional development the teachers get, usually the better that the students do academically. So I'm always in support of professional development that's planned, that's guided, and I think what was mentioned in terms of the half days, that again, that somehow there be a plan to address the needs of the student, wherever they might be falling short or gaps. How do we then develop professional development days that have a focus on what the students need, besides obviously some of the other administrative interventions that are also needed as well. But I think the faculty also need to know the impact as a result of moving into this new plan.
I think we do.
It would definitely be beneficial.
Yeah. San Diego, your plan is
Thursday. I thought they were Wednesdays.
Wednesdays.
So
They're all the same day. They're not all.
Oh, it's not. Yeah, so I thought Wednesday, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, actually, now I'm thinking about it.
Usually Wednesday or Thursday. I think
That's
there's
It's not Friday, I agree. I don't know if it's Friday.
It's
I do.
Friday.
There are a lot of private schools that have to.
And almost all.
Didn't know that.
I'm just kind of looking at the survey right now. Looks like. I mean, exactly, but we need specific aspects that people are looking either in line with this disease. Unified or Friday. But we wasn't a specific question.
I think we had like 3 or 4 comments.
There were a couple people that listed like, let's do it on Friday kind of thing.
I just. Back to that game. This would change my thing, just look, I would love it to be a Friday from a convenience standpoint. It's just 88, and once upon a time, years ago, I guess Thanksgiving week, we just got drilled with 88, people would just pull their kids, and that was the reason why we shifted to just taking that week off. So, granted, all new kids, but still, we're all human, and it's nice to just take advantage of that extra time.
Well, I mean, I think there could be some collaboration, right? Some important things scheduled on Fridays that our teachers could support with that to make Friday a half day and then municipal half day.
I like where your head's at.
I think the other key thing is. Once again, talking through all the issues. We have to get and the texts have been better, a lot better over the last week or last month. I don't know if other folks, we have to over communicate, because the biggest issue we're gonna have is people calling the office. Is this a half day a week or this, it's almost gonna be more disruptive having it every other week. But I think we just gotta really over communicate when whatever day we do, that people just know. We gotta send it every week that we do it. Yeah.
We also track this for a year and look at the data, and if you follow, maybe set some thresholds for the ADA, and if we follow that, then it's an automatic.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Day change, I agree.
Okay, any other comments? The other last thing I'm gonna say is, this is a true collaboration. This is hopefully a demonstration that we're committed. We would really like to get commitments from teachers as soon as possible for next year and get contracts signed. So we know who's coming back, what areas of opportunity or areas of weakness we need to fill. So we can really be strong going forward in the next year. So, I think with that being said, unless there's any other comments, I'm gonna put it up to vote.
What are we doing with President's Week?
Yeah.
Is that PV or no?
What do you want it to be? And what do you want it to be? I mean, I don't know what that looks like. So for me, my gut says if we're gonna make it PD, we split it, like 2 days are PD and two aren't. But that would be my inkling. Because one day's a holiday,
Right.
so one of the days we're not working in.
I had a lot of teachers express that
2 days are holidays, but the same thing, if I actually live a Friday, Monday.
They do, but the 16th isn't a holiday.
That's how they handle it without President's Day week.
Yeah.
They give a 4-day weekend instead of.
Right.
But the 16th isn't a holiday. We searched and searched and searched. That's how that was where my mistake was, because I had it as a day off. And it doesn't.
a lot of teachers expressed that they felt. Teachers that came from different places that said this was something they really liked. They felt very refreshed after getting President's Day week. It was something to take care of personal things, just recharge. So I would say that, making the entire week is not what they wanted. Having said that, I mean, it could be a compromise here as well. I think a 4-day weekend as a minimum is a good starting place.
So if I was gonna split it, according to what Turner was saying, what I would do is make the 22nd, 23rd of February, which is a Thursday and Friday, would be the days that I would have professional development. So that way it would be they would go home on a weekend, there'd be a holiday Monday, they'd have Tuesday, Wednesday off, they'd come back in Thursday and Friday to professional development. If we were gonna split it.
We've got 2 additional.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would give us that four full PD days for the year on common.
My question is. First of all, we have January 2nd still listed here, which would probably be a holiday. Yeah.
It's not.
No, it's Tuesday. Observe.
We checked. We double checked on
Do
that.
that as close to. What, 6 weeks? Are you getting as much benefit from that? Can you wait 6 weeks? Can you nix the one on January 2nd and then have that be a regular learning day and then shift that into President's Week instead?
Yeah, I think that's the question is that.
So that way
You
you're-
have, yeah, you have
So here's
another half days to do your.
I hear what you guys are saying here. The only thing is the second, January 2nd as being PD day, a lot of that is prep to get ready for the kids to come back. They went on break, there's grades out. That's not a huge PD day. So it's like maybe a half day is PD day, but the rest of the day is teacher prep to kind of get ready for the new half of the year. So in that one, I hear what you're saying, Zach, but that makes it a little bit tougher.
You still have every other week, the Friday half day that you can add those prep hours, that time back in.
I understand.
I mean, I'm just saying. Looking at hours. Versus hours.
Sure, I was just answering this question honestly, that would be. Because otherwise you're coming back basically cold turkey to work with kids.
Yeah,
And
I
that's,
mean,
that's
well,
not, that's not an ideal situation.
My other, then I would say then the fifth, we should nix as a half day, because we're just coming back from vacation, you're gonna Tuesday off, then you're back Wednesday, Thursday, we got a half day on Friday. So there's gotta be a little bit of give and take. And again, I don't wanna get too granular, I wanna just conceptually understand. But
I just feel like this is what we wanted, the teachers wanted to avoid was, F was a schedule we liked. And now that we're trying to why are we trying to nitpick over a couple of days? I don't understand.
I think
I understand where I understand where you guys are. But I'm telling you that, I know that it's tough for parents to have their kids for that week. I get it, but this is a compromise, and I think that if we just go back and forth and nitpick, we're gonna be here all night, and I think that the only change that we should be making is adding that 178 days, which is consistent with what we've always had, and on a Friday. That should be the only change. Unless, I just don't think that should be this nitpicking.
And Zach, if you're talking about taking the fifth away as a minimum day, then what I would tell you is that we would make the 12th a minimum day and start the every other week starting on the 12th. So that way it stay consistent with what.
But actually, question on that, because that's what I was just going to say, was not taking any away, but can we shift it week over week instead? Because the other thing that I'm seeing is a half day the week before, President's Day, a half day the week before Christmas, a half day the week before Thanksgiving.
Well, that's because it's falling on Fridays.
Well, I understand that, but unless you do it the Friday before.
Well, so if we did it the Friday before, then on September 1st, or sorry. So the first minimum day would be September 1st, is that what you're saying? Kate, now that I'm thinking about it, I remember why I did it this way, because I tried to match the minimum days with the end of quarter days, so that there weren't more minimum days because of the end of quarter days. Does that make sense? So I've matched all of those weeks of end of quarter days in the pattern. So that's what I was trying to do. So it wasn't like, hey, we've got minimum day this week, but next week is end of quarter, so we also have a minimum day, then the following week we have a minimum day. I was trying to avoid that jump around, mainly because of the phone calls that Zach was.
Turner, I hear the only one that jumped out to me, we were talking about development days, trying to figure out the ski week. That's where I was saying, all right, well, the second, can we just do that? We had said, hey, we might get rid of a PD day and put it in the ski week. If that is truly a prep week, prep day, I get it. You're coming back and you get back to sleep. This doesn't make sense to me for our parents who are gonna ask, it's a big shift for them coming right off of Christmas break. Then they're there Wednesday, Thursday, and a half day Friday feels like a little much. But I understand how that throws off the cadence. So I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to be proactive about, I'm not trying to nitpick. I'm just trying to be proactive about an obvious issue that we're all gonna hear about.
Are these, can we adjust the quarters by a week? Do you see what I'm saying? Like when I was asking Turner about the start date, as far as like moving the start date back and forth, when the teachers were saying about the 14th being the start date, because they wanted the quarter to end before Christmas. And so then when we changed that, you were kind of saying like we could arrange it so that it would be that way. I don't know if that's.
The start date was not unanimous. I don't think I fought in the teacher like that was.
No, I was just saying with it, for example, when we were talking about that, I was asking whether. Because one of the benefits was that they could move the quarter and it would be done before Christmas break.
Oh,
And
I do remember that.
And so then I was like, well, can we adjust these quarters a bit? Because it seemed like with the start date, we were able to adjust things too.
So right now, they're pretty even in their division. I apologize because I don't have the numbers with me. I wrote them down someplace.
Sure, I can count it out.
Yeah, the goal is roughly like 45 days, I think is what it is. And I want to say they're all within a day or two of the 45 mark. Meaning they're like maybe 44 or 47, somewhere in that range. So if we're moving them back 5 days, that's really going to shift at least one of those quarters to make it either smaller or much bigger. That's You know, if that's what you guys want, I can make something like that happen.
Just trying to, I mean, to Zach's point, you're looking at a half day before, 2 weeks off for Christmas, a day off when they come back, and then a half day. Your 2 days of, 2.5 days of instructional and almost, you know, just trying to,
And the PD days during President's Week are about answering your call for more time to have professional development. And how do we fit that in without negatively impacting the students and the parents, right? So there's multiple constituents here. So I don't think it's, I can understand the conversation about, you know, shifting a Friday here or there, or, you know, that type of thing. I'm not sure that we would say it's nitpicking to try to offer more development days. When it fits in the schedule as well.
What does that look like? I mean, how many days from President's Week? What was the suggestion you made?
My suggestion was the 19th is a holiday, so that one's off the board.
Right.
So that leaves 4 days.
You just said Thursday, Friday.
Right, so the Thursday, Friday would be the 22nd, 23rd, those would be PD days. That would also give a nice long break in essence during President's Week, that would give like 5 days off.
Yep.
For the teachers, and then still have 2 to 3. And the reality is PD days aren't the same as having kids here, a lot different work flow and things that occur during that.
I think that would be fair. I think that would give a long, you know, what's that, 5 days including the weekend. I think that would be a compromise that the teachers would be willing to.
Yeah. I know, I don't want to shift everything, I just, yeah, that Friday of the 5th, this feels like I would just nix it. I would just have that be a regular day. If you have that full day on the 2nd. For people that are just getting back after their holidays, and they're going to work on Wednesday and a Thursday, and they gotta pick up their kid at noon on Friday, it just feels a little. And I should have picked it up earlier. I don't know if that's gonna spell this whole thing.
Well, it definitely messes up the rhythm of the minimum days, which,
That's not a normal
that's,
week.
I mean, that's.
That's not a normal.
Sure, I just mean like, then my question would be, well, do I start it on the 12th then? And if I do, then we're gonna have the 12th, 19th, and 26th as minimum days, because the one day is a half.
No, it just makes it.
No, you just nix it because you have a PD day.
Just because it's just a funky, literally it'd be a 2.5 day week. And just for our parents, I'm just trying to be a little bit sensitive to the fact that their kid is just getting back into school after being home. Forever.
I mean, inevitably it's what you guys decide.
Turner, you look like.
I'm trying to be the voice for the teachers, and this was what I was afraid of, these little changes that I can't ask them how they feel about, other than look at the crowd and get a little bit of judgment. And I came here and was ready to dig in my heels on that. And I hear what you're saying. It is a weird week, but the week after the holiday was always weird. Sure, 2.5, that's, I think that, I'm sorry. I'm saying it's a weird week, and to change the whole.
Here. All right, so we're back to.
It's just a good change.
That week off, I think so too.
Yeah, okay. So we're back to option F, shifting the last day to the 7th. Everything else is staying as
Making
is,
it a total of 178 days,
178 days
and making PD days on
on
the
the
22nd
and the 23rd. Okay.
Wait,
All right,
so wait, 22nd and 23rd of February. So you're not taking that second off?
You know,
It's remaining a PD.
Are we taking that half day on Friday?
Yes.
yes, we're gonna leave it as is. We're not gonna screw around with this guy.
I think you lose a week of school. I think you lose ADA that whole week.
I don't know that 2 hours on a Friday is going to dictate us losing ADA that week. Honestly, a half day on Friday is gonna cost us all the kids not showing up.
I think she's saying nobody's gonna wanna come the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. That's what you're really saying, right?
Yeah.
She's talking about all 3 of those days. She's not.
Because it's a half day on Friday. Because of the. I'm just asking, because of the half day or because of the PD day?
I'm saying if I want to go do something fun and it's missing 2 days of school.
I
Well,
think
the
people after 3
reality-
weeks with their kids are gonna be ready to.
That's what I'm saying. The reality is most parents will have spent 2 weeks with their kids and it won't
I think we kind of predict what families are gonna do when we see these anomaly weeks, and, you know, we can't predict that. We can make a good guess, but it's a weird week, and, you know, the families that are gonna do that are gonna take off whenever they want. They're gonna mess up our attendance, and that's just the way it's going to be. And I don't think this one little week should be a sticking point.
Oh, how about you want to move that PD day? Good, you want to have a PD day.
You know about the second?
Again, I think it's the first day back, and while that's like a big thing with teachers to prep for like, in essence, the upcoming quarter. With this one, they still have like 2 weeks of the finishing quarter, but that's a big prep period to get ready for what's coming. So I don't want to mix that day if we can avoid that.
Sounds like that's a look, yeah.
Of the ADA, you mean? Yeah, I agree.
Any further discussion? Otherwise, I'm gonna ask for a motion to approve option F. With the caveat that PD days are February 22nd, February 23rd, and the last day is shifted to June 7th.
You're adding the PD days. On those in the February.
Right, yeah, I mean,
Okay.
they're using non-instructional as PD.
Yep. Making it 178 days.
Okay. Turner, do you want, there it is.
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Once again, thank you for talking through that. I hope you can see we have a pretty open discussion back and forth. We are willing to consider each other's viewpoints. And that's very positive step forward. All right, what else do we have on the agenda? Was that the last guy, or did we actually take something left?
We have 2 votes left.
It was. All right, I'm drowning in my visits here.
I motion to approve the comprehensive school site safety plan.
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, I would say all those opposed, those abstentions. Carries unanimously. All right, continuation of TK. This is really should be removal of TK. Yeah, it's elimination of TK. So just setting the stage, this has not been very successful. It's a huge drain on our resources. And I think it's just sort of made it very difficult to teach kindergarten. So we hear you, and we're not gonna try to keep fighting that fight. So we are gonna vote to remove TK going forward. Can I get a motion? Motion to approve.
Kristen, second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Once again, it carried unanimously. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Thank you for showing your passion and always providing insight. We welcome it at any time. The more engagement we have, the better. That being said, we are closing open and we're gonna go into closed session.
Yeah.
Really happy about that.
Sorry, Jonah tried to say something.
Wait, sorry, Jonah.
That was important. Can you say that again?
Yeah, so I just want to say, it's really cool, all teachers came and supported, and I want to thank you guys so much. I think it was a really important meeting tonight, and I regret not being able to show up, but I will probably, as much as I'm able to come to the next one, and yes, thank you guys so much. Have a good night.
We love you.
Well said. Thanks, guys.
All right, so I'm putting this off for a minute, right?
Yeah.
So we're gonna go to closed session.
There you go.
We good? All right, coming out of closed session, there's nothing to report. Thanks very much. Have a good evening.